Mic check.
What's up, boss?
Thank you. Now I won't holler. Just so you're aware, so everyone understands, we actually have 3 meetings this evening. So we first have our planning and zoning meeting, which probably won't take but a few minutes, and then we'll move on to the city council will come up, but then we have a board of adjustment meeting, which is the city council, and then we have our city council meeting. So anyone that is here for the council meeting, I'm going to move things around on the agenda so that way anyone is here for an item, you don't have to wait. Okay? So I do have to swear in Cassie Montgomery and Lacey. Don't want to stand, and I'll swear you in there.
Okay.
All right, if you will, raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. In the name and by the authority of
In the name and by the authority of
the state of Texas,
the state of Texas,
I, and state your name,
I, Larry
Cassie
Stevenson,
Montgomery,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duties
execute the duties
of the Howe Planning and Zoning Commission
of the Howe Planning and Zoning Commission
of the city of Howe,
of the city of Howe,
state of Texas,
state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect,
preserve, protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and
of the
laws
United States
of the United
and
States
of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
All right, congratulations again for signing up for another 2 years, and if I can get you both to sign. Yes, that's Larry's, this is Cassie, here's a pen. Gotta make you official before you do anything. Appreciate it.
Okay, a quorum being present of the Howe Planning and Zoning Commission, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:06 PM. Are there any citizens here from the public that wish to speak on the planning and zoning agenda? No? Okay. All right, moving on. Action item number 1, discuss, consider, and act upon the minutes of the meeting of May 20th, 2026. I noticed the minutes, the starting minutes were missing. It just says PM. I know we started late last time.
I think that was the meeting at the PD, correct?
Yeah, with the video equipment wasn't working either.
Yeah. Was there a delay that night? I was out
Yeah,
of
we
town.
started at like 6:07 PM. We
Okay.
started about this late.
You can just amend the minutes, just amend them to say what time you believe is correct, and then pass them as amended.
Okay.
Okay. Katie just said 608.
6:08, okay.
You can make that verbal correction.
Okay, so can I make that motion with that amendment? Okay, I'm going to move that we approve the minutes with the amendment of a starting time of 6:08 PM. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, none opposed. Action item number 2, let me go back to the agenda. Discuss, consider, and act upon the preliminary replat and the final replat of Block 1, part of Lot 5, and all of Lot 6 in the Southern Heights addition.
So this is a replat of a property on 709 and 713 Ricketts. They're wanting to combine 2 lots into one in order to build a home on that one lot. Application was submitted and the fees have been paid. Engineer has no objections to the replat, and city staff recommends approval. If you have any questions, I believe the property owner is here.
All right, any motions, questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the final replat.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, Nicole seconds. All in favor? None opposed? All right. Action item number 3. Discuss, consider, and act upon the final plat for Blue Spruce Market.
The final plat is for Ponderosa Point, the development over there by Cope Equities, which consists of commercial and residential. This particular plat is for commercial use along Ponderosa Road. Application has been received, fees have been paid, city engineer has no objections, and the city staff recommends approval. And those representatives are here as well if you have any questions.
I don't think I have any questions. Do we know what's going in yet, or for the developer that's here? Woo.
James Cruiser with Cope Equities.
Okay, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here tonight. I was just curious if we knew some of the people that might go into that area, that shopping area.
We don't have any active LOIs right now. We do have a fairly active acquisition person in our company that has done quite a bit in the adjacent parcels. And in my experience in the last retail strip center that we built in Princeton is that we got the influx of all of those leases as soon as we started construction. We have another one in Princeton that we're 80% leased up that's been not even through the site work. So it accelerates fairly quickly, and as we do receive those, we do share those with Monty and the team. It's exciting for everybody. So we expect that because it's on this intersection and across from the high school, that we will have some fairly good response. And I think when we first discussed the PD, Mayor Carla told us that EPD was open to a corner there. So we're still kindling those relationships and
Sure.
hoping that they'll produce some fruit here pretty soon.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or motion?
I'm motion to approve.
All right, Brandon motions.
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Carroll seconds. All in favor? All right, passes unanimously, none opposed. Action item number 4. Discuss, consider, and act upon the preliminary plat for Noble Ridge Tracks 2 and 3.
As you may recall, Centurion American purchased tracks 2 and 3 of the Noble Ridge development and are still currently under the development agreement originally established and amended previously. They've submitted this preliminary plat for both tracks 2 and 3. Note that this is a preliminary plat and not a final plat. There is no zone change required, and the city engineer has no objections. City staff recommends approval. I'll go into a little bit of detail here on this development to kind of explain a little bit more. This development agreement had originally type 35 as far as lot sizes, type 40 and type 55. The type 35 lot was 3,150 square feet of a lot size. The type 40 is 4,000 square feet. The type 55 is 5,000 square feet or above. As of, in the development agreement, it was marked that you could only have 15% of the type 35, 60% of the type 40, and type 55 was 25% minimum without a max. Currently, phase 1A had 171 of type 55, which is the larger lots. Type 1B had 166 of the 40 size lots and 11 of the type 55. So the results are, with this preliminary plat, there are 0 of the small lots of 35, there are 19% of the type 40, and 81% of the larger lots. So to this point, this looks to be an even better development than what we originally, or what was negotiated prior to us even. This looks like a pretty good development. City staff recommends approval.
A motion for that.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, Larry seconds. All in favor? All right, all in favor, none opposed. We've got one more item. Ordinance number 850. Do you want me to go ahead and read it and then open it up for public comment? Okay. All right, so ordinance number 850 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending ordinance number 796, which established Planned Development District 6, or PD 6, providing that the concept plan for PD 6 is hereby updated and amended, providing that the overall landscape, screening, trail, and amenity plan for PD 6 is hereby updated and amended, providing that subdistrict PD 6C is deleted, providing a penalty clause, savings and repealing clause, severability clause, and an effective date, and providing for the publication of the caption thereof.
Thank you. And the caption, I had you read it because it also provides a pretty good summary of what the ordinance does, which is the purpose of the caption. So basically, we have an existing planned development, a PD. And so what this particular amendment does is it makes some tweaks to 2 items. It changes the concept plan, and it also changes some of the landscaping plan and fencing. So the classified, so those are the things it does from kind of the zoning point of view. From the legal point of view, it clarifies the use of a document called a shared maintenance agreement. So as we're shifting this from a little more to some commercial uses, the shared maintenance agreement allows the owners of the commercial property to enter into agreements so that they can handle things like drainage and things like that that are shared between the various business owners. So that is one thing that we're doing in this document is we're clarifying the shared maintenance agreement. We are clarifying a few of the property owner association requirements. So on the residential side, we do require property owner associations to maintain those sorts of common areas. So we have tweaked those a little bit. So those were just some minor tweaks to the existing language in the plan development. And then, as I said, the 2 major things that are being done is we're revising the concept plan. A significant item is that we are removing build to rent. And I know that that was a topic that has been quite a bit of topic before. So based on the prior conversations that I have heard, I believe that removing the build to rent is something that would have been favored by those that previously discussed it. And what we're doing is we're taking that center section, which is the build to rent area, and we are going to be moving that into a commercial center. And so let me get oriented here. So that is this area right here. So that center area, it previously was a build-to-rent, and the developer is moving that into a commercial area. So we're not really changing the zoning of anything. We're just enlarging that zoning area so that what gets built out there matches the concept plan. And so, again, I believe that the comments that I've received on that is that is a positive change. The other change that the concept plan changes is this area right here is currently like a two-family or townhome type of zoning, and it will move that to a multifamily or more of a traditional type of apartment. So instead of having multiple owners, you have one owner for maintenance and things of that nature. So those are the two items that it changes on the concept plan, and that is the main items. What we did was, since we changed this area from build to rent to commercial, we had entered into, as part of the plan development, some agreements on where they would put fencing, what type of fencing, and so the city staff went back and forth and negotiated what's called the landscape plan, and I believe that's also part of your packet. And what that shows is obviously when you change something from a residential to a commercial type thing, we added some additional screening and some fencing and things like that. And so those were worked out between the engineers and the developer and the city staff. And so that's the other significant change is we're basically updating the concept plan and the landscaping plan to basically adjust to kind of the new intended uses. This is very common. Many times you'll have a plat and a replat as markets change or people interested in the property change. So this is a pretty standard process, but since it was under a planned development, we had to do it as a particular ordinance. Any questions?
I can't tell on our rendition, but is it fencing and trees that, or shrubs that will be the fencing?
So I think that there's a couple of pages, and I think the problem that we have is these are
Huge.
large, and for purposes of trying to pass them out, they get a lot smaller.
Right.
And we do have the city engineer present, we have the developer present, so if anybody has these specific questions, they are here too.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm curious, is it fencing and trees and shrubs, or is it, can the developer answer that?
Tim, you worked on this. Do you want to come up and talk about the fencing and the tree areas? I know it's been a little bit since we worked on that.
Yeah, it's been a little while. On that plan, you'll see, and it's written probably very small,
Oh,
but there
I see
are some
large
tree,
tree. Yeah,
yeah,
it's very tiny.
specifically around the outside as it faces the street. There's some specifics on how many trees or how far. I think it's how far apart they're spaced or how many specifically.
And it's fencing also.
And the fencing, yeah. And hopefully, so where you see the landscape concept plan, so it's very difficult to see, but there are different colored lines that represent the different types of fencing and where they're going on here. So just, if you pay close attention to where there were a lot of back and forth conversations about where certain types of fencing, masonry walls versus fencing, we're going to go between different developments.
Yeah. If on all of those little kind of funny looking circles, those are all trees.
Right.
So that is the landscaping plan. And there's language written into the PD which basically says this is a general representation. And when you get to it, we have landscaping ordinances, and we have the city engineer. So what will happen is when you actually get to the plan stage, these will be adjusted accordingly to those things, so we've got it built in so that the city engineer can work with the developer on it. But yeah, that's all those little bitty circles.
Well, I like that personally. I mean, personally, I like
There's a
that.
lot of little bitty circles on there, and like I said, that was my comment about.
Yeah.
When you shrink it down this little, you can't really tell what those are, so I just wanted to
Right.
make sure that you understood what those were.
Yeah.
I had to go back and look at my chart, I was like, I thought there were trees on there. There are, they're just little bitty tiny ones.
Okay, I don't think I have any other questions. In the middle, is that gonna be drainage?
Yes, that's a drainage plan.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that
Big
part of the
grassed
shared
area.
maintenance plan? Because I know we've had that brought up with other developments.
Yeah, I believe so. There's going to be, yeah, they're sharing maintenance of specifically that drainage area.
Okay.
Is there any concerns about like 75 being so close to this community and like somebody accidentally getting into losing control of their car or something and going into these areas?
Yeah, we double check all those items when they bring each of them in. On here is represented the proposed property line, which is set back accordingly from the highway. To the bottom left, that's the area that's already been built out there, and so really the items, just these commercial items, are the ones that we're referring to, and those are set back accordingly. As you can imagine, they don't want to be set too far back
Right.
from the highway.
You lose some land making you money. All right, any other questions? Thank you, Tim. Any motions?
Move we approve.
All right, Larry moves to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Brandon seconds. All in favor? All right, it passes unanimously, none opposed. So that concludes the meeting. I'm going to call it to adjourn at 6:24 PM. They didn't get those rear brakes.
I sent that outside of the packet in a separate email.
We even have the tags on them still.
Oh, look at that. Still got that new car smell. I know, right? Tags on it. This one take them back, they don't work. Oh, shit, you yeah, look at that. Executive seating. Exclusively for office.
Sent that in a separate email just in case you need to use it.
You want me to hold it for you? It's the shortest pledge of them all. We still can't get it right. I can't remember that. Well, they say memory's the first thing. But I forgot the second one. Really? We always just did the pledge.
Good evening. There being a quorum present, this Board of Adjustment of the City of Howe is hereby called to order on Tuesday, July 21, 2026 at 6:27 p.m. under the Open Meetings Act of the State of Texas. If you will, please remove your hats and silence your cell phones, and let's stand for the invocation. Councilman Ingram will give that to us and the pledges.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Not the heat, you could turn it down a little bit. Be with us as we go through this meeting and work through these issues as we face the growth that's coming to this area. Be with us, Lord, as we work together. Lead us in the right direction. Put a sense of discernment on us that we make the right decision for the citizens in this community. Be with us as we go through this. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And now for the pledges for the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, and please be seated. We do have citizen comment cards out in the entry area. I did not receive any. You will have a period of time to comment during citizen comments for the Board of Adjustment meeting. Then when I go to the City Council meeting, you have citizen comment time, and then there's also a public hearing for each one of the ordinances. But again, I have not received public comment forms. Anyone forget to give me one? All right. So I'm guessing no citizen comments. Last chance. Okay. Our roll call, we have Mr. Ingram, Mr. Price, Mr. Tyler, Mr. Price is not here tonight, Mr. Tyler, Mr. Woods, Mr. Whitfield, and myself, Ms. McDonald. We do have a quorum. All right, current business. Discuss, consider, and act upon the minutes of the meeting from May 2026. These minutes were in your Board of Adjustment packet, and I'll give you a few moments to view them if you need to. And when you're ready, I will take a motion.
I motion to approve.
Billy makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Chad is making that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 2, discuss, consider, and act upon the variance request for Talbot Estates to build 2 monument signs at each street entrance instead of 1, as determined by Chapter 12 of the sign ordinance. Talbot Estates is wanting to build these 2 monument signs, both at Wilson Street and Thompson Street. Currently, only 1 is allowed at each entrance, and this has been reviewed by the city engineer, and he requested a concept plan, which they provided, and he has no objection. Engineer is here tonight. City staff recommends approval. Does the council have, or does the Board of Adjustment have any discussion on this matter? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Sean makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed makes that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 3, discuss, consider, and act upon a variance request from Howe ISD for the approach to driveway off East Davis Street. Howe ISD is wanting to widen their driveway on their bus barn property and resurface it with concrete. This is to allow for buses to pass each other on the drive. As of now, they have been allowed to meet requirements. However, they want to address the approach, which will be outside of our subdivision regulations. We have reached out to Bureau Veritas to inquire on their opinion for approval, and they would be okay with this approval. This has also been reviewed by our city engineer, and he has no objection. City staff recommends approval, and Howe ISD is here tonight if you have any questions for them. And if you do not, and if you have discussion, please have that. If not, if you'll give me a motion, please.
I motion to approve.
Billy makes motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Chad is making that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. If there's no further business to come before this Board of Adjustment, this meeting stands adjourned at 6:32 p.m. I have to open and shut each meeting, sorry. All right, there being a quorum present, this regular session of the Howe City Council is hereby called to order on Tuesday, July 21, 2026, at 6:33 p.m. under the Open Meetings Act of the state of Texas. Citizen comment time. Anyone have comments? No public comments. Moving forward. Quick announcement. We do each month we've been recognizing our Employee of the Month. And so the Employee of the Month for July is our very own Katie Lowry, City Secretary. She did not know I was going to say that. So the Employee of the Month is always voted on strictly by employees only. So she's been voted Employee of the Month by her coworkers. I have no say, and the council has no say. All right. The following is what a few of Ms. Lowry's coworkers had to say about her. Anytime her department has experienced a problem, Katie has worked very hard to solve the problems. She has been so very nice whenever asking for help. Katie helped me figure out my dental insurance, and I'm so grateful to have her in this position. Katie shows up to work every day and continues to work hard at what she does, even when it can be overwhelming. She has a great attitude and is a great person. She takes an interest in various roles in the city and frequently asks questions and asks if there's anything that she can do to help. Katie works diligently to help address and fix issues. She goes above and beyond in creating a pleasant work environment, getting to know each one of us and taking the time each day to touch base. So, congratulations, Katie. And we do have a certificate for you and a Employee of the Month July pin. So. Consent items. These items consist of non-controversial or housekeeping items required by law. Items may be considered individually by any council member making such a request prior to a motion and vote on the consent items. Any item that the council member wishes to request to be voted on separately will be moved to the bottom of the action line. Action items. 1, discuss, consider, and act upon the following consent items. A, minutes of the regular city council meeting, June 16, 2026. B, AP council report. C, AP payment report. D, GL revenue and expense report. E, South State Bank secured deposits, June 2026. F, Techstar Logic statements, June 2026. G, financial report, June 2026. H, investment report, June 2026. Does the council have any discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve all of the consent items.
All right, Sean.
26.
Thank you. Sean makes a motion to approve all of the consent items. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right, discussion. Discussion of CPA Eddie Peacock recommendations for methods of consolidated cash. In your packet, there was a letter from CPA Eddie Peacock. but the discussion says, in making recommendations for methods of consolidated cash, CPA Eddie Peacock is making a recommendation to reduce the workload of their journal entries at the end of the year in preparing the audit closeouts. He is recommending that there be discussions between the city and himself to identify certain bank accounts with South State Bank that can be eliminated and essentially use the pool fund for the majority of the transactions. There are accounts that are required to remain separate, and those accounts will continue to be separate. This letter is a recommendation from CPA Eddie Peacock. Again, it's in your packet. There is no action to be taken on this item. This is only a discussion item. Does council have any discussion? The CPA is not here tonight, but if you have questions for City Administrator Monty Walker, he's here, of course. And if not, we are going to move forward. Item number 2 is departmental reports. In the spirit of saving time, we are not going to do oral reports. These are in your packet, but I will entertain questions that you may have for departmental heads that might be here this evening. And just so we're aware, I'm going to start not having departmental reports on here, but a question time only.
So
Again, go ahead.
we have several citizens that have come to the meeting tonight to see how things work.
Yes.
I would prefer if we had those reports given so they can get an insight of how things work.
I agree with you, and so City Administrator Monty Walker and I have talked about this, and I've also talked about it with our attorney, and my thought was that we would start posting the agenda packet online with the council agenda.
Until we do that, can we have the in-person reports given?
Yes, absolutely. We were hoping to start that next month, if everyone is okay with that. I mean, I'm not taking a vote here, but if you do have objections to that, please let us know. We're just getting busier, and we're just trying to save
Trust me,
time.
I'm when we first started talking about streaming meetings and all that,
Yeah.
Monty and I have had discussions that we are one of the very few cities in this area that doesn't post their entire agenda
Right.
packet online.
I agree. So, do you have any objections to us not post, or as long as we post it, not having the oral reports, but instead have a question?
Oh, no, that's
time?
perfectly fine.
Okay.
In the sense of transparency. I mean, if everybody has
Yes.
access to it, then everybody has access to it.
I would agree. Any other discussion from the council?
Carla?
Yes, sir.
Exactly where online do they find them?
So Monty will make sure that you get copies of the reports, the departmental reports, just like we normally have. If you want him to continue to email you the packet, we can do that.
I'm talking about citizens.
Oh,
The
okay.
citizens going to find this online.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Sorry.
Yeah, on your mobile phone, if you pull up City of Howe, Texas, cityofhowetx.gov, you scroll down past the water tower. The second button on the left is agendas and minutes. If you pull it up from a web-based computer version, at the top it'll say departments, city government, and then it'll have agendas and minutes, and you can find it there. I'll work with Monty. We'll put a how-to on how to find this stuff online if that's what we're going to, because I'm all about transparency and getting the information out there.
Right.
And I'll put something together so people can find that.
And Monty and I had talked about posting the minutes and the packet together. So they should, as long as he's able to do that, they should be able to go where they normally would to look at the agenda and find the packet as well. Ed, does that answer your question?
Yes, I just
Okay.
wanted the citizens to know where they can find it.
Absolutely. Does anyone have, first of all, I want to mention that we do have our new fire chief with us tonight, Chief Gary Eastep. We're so happy to have him. Welcome. Does the council have any questions for the council? I mean, not for the council. Does the council have any questions for the departmental heads for reports?
Are they going to give the reports?
Do you want them to go ahead and give them tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys prepared? Can you go ahead and give report? All right. All right. Public Safety Director, Chief Sullivan.
Evening, Mayor and Council. As y'all just mentioned, Gary Eastep joined our fire department as our new fire chief. We're very excited of the direction. He's already made some notable changes and plans in the near future. The police department saw a 14.4% decrease in calls for service of June of 26 compared to June of 25. Staffing, we are fully staffed as what we're budgeted for currently. We answered 179 calls for service. We issued 126 citations, 96 warnings. Code enforcement answered 17 complaints with 0 reinvestigated from the previous month. Currently, we are in the process of working on our annual audit for the Texas Department of Public Safety for our military surplus. And fire answered 69 calls for service, 54 of them were EMS, 10 motor vehicle accidents, 1 gas leak, 1 fire outside the city limits, 1 mutual aid or Van Alstyne, 1 assisted Grayson County Sheriff's Office. We're fully staffed. Our last EMT will start in 2 weeks, is that correct? And our EMS team and paramedic team is now fully staffed. We have 1 ambulance that we're sending back to DACO just to get recertified on our box, and we're being pretty successful in keeping our ambulances on the road. Any questions?
Council? All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's see. Ms. Lowry, City Secretary.
Mayor and Council, this month I applied for the Texas Municipal Clerks Program through UNT, and I actually did start it after I wrote my report, so that's going really well. I completed the SAM Gov registration forms. They did have a couple questions, so I'm still working on those questions, but that's all going well. And then I attended the Truth in Taxation training. My current tasks are I'm attending the Public Funds Investment Act training. I leave tomorrow, and I'll be there till Friday. Assisting Monty with the budget and the mayor with the budget, cleaning up FundView GL accounts, and completing the U.S. Bank application if it's approved.
Council, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Johnson, Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We carried out 242 service orders. We had 16 new meter sets were set, 7 water main breaks. We pothole patched about 10 tons just because of the weather with raining. 6 cutoffs for non-payment, 13 disconnects for move-outs, and about 110 hours. And we had 3 sewer main backups. All of them were sent over to BVRT2 just to keep them notified of where our problems are. Thank you.
Questions from Mr. Johnson? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Walker, City Administrator.
Mayor, Council, a lot of residential developments. I'd be happy to go through them all if you wish. I'd be happy to kind of skim over if you wish. Unless I hear otherwise, I'll just kind of skim over the hot topics. We have Rock Hill Investments, which is Noble Ridge, and now Centurion American. We have Cope Equities, a couple of items on the agenda tonight. The NRP Group, Sutton Flats, obviously they're constructing, or they're actually having people move in. Malachi 310, Rodeo or Rodeo Drive, whichever you prefer, has been poured. That's over there on Ponderosa. We're still working on Qualico, which is Hilltop Ranch. We think we'll see some movement on that very, very quickly now that we have some items with BVRT coming up. Altura Homes, that's under construction. That's Talbot Estates. Astra Companies is another development south of Howe High School that we're working with. R&R, which we have referred to as Cherukuru Investments. Several properties there. We're still working with them. Impression Homes has formed a MUD. No real updates there. Commercial-wise, we're still working with Taco Bell. Blue Spruce Market on the agenda tonight. Hudson McKenzie, we have a meeting next week. They're trying to put in a mobile, what am I looking for, Mayor? Mobile food truck
Park.
Park, yes, thank you. So we're going to be having discussions with them about that. Bain Machinery, you may see the construction that's taking place out on Highway 75 next to Southwest Auction. That's underway. And then, of course, 101 Haining Street has sold. They intend to open up a bookstore with some coffee as well. Non-development items, 2024 audit has been complete. It's on the agenda tonight. Streets, we have interlocal agreements to rebuild a number of streets, including Duke, Hughes, Swanner, West Davis. Hopefully by the end of October. I know we had a really wet, rainy season early on, which pushed the county out a little bit. Wastewater, the mayor and I had a really good meeting with Sherman, and we think it was very productive, and think we'll have some relief coming soon on that. Water, as soon as our public works team completes their inventory of the meter sizes, we will publish public notice for the water and sewer rate adjustment that we just talked about last month. So we're just waiting on them to get an inventory of the meters before we move through with that. And then personnel, all employee evaluations have been completed. Municipal court, total on the for the month, $37,992. State fees were $12,231. Permits, we've seen a huge bump in our permits. And again, I want to shout out to Samantha Mollenauer, our permit tech, as she does an outstanding job. So far today, we're just under 2 million, and that's from January. That's not fiscal year on the total amount of permits. A lot of those are capital recovery fees, which are great. For the month, $185,361. On utility side, we billed out $43,817 in solid waste, $103,504 in sewer, $130,859 in water, for a combined total of $278,182.06. That's all I have. Unless you have any questions.
Questions for the council? Anyone? All right, thank you, sir. Moving on to our action items. Number 1, discuss, consider, and act upon a preliminary replat and final replat of Block 1, part of Lot 5, and all of Lot 6, Southern Heights Addition at 709 South Ricketts. The owner is here this evening, and he has informed me that the address is actually 713 South Ricketts. And we have discussed this with our attorney here, and so if you do choose to make a motion to approve on this, we ask that you include the address of 713 South Ricketts.
Mayor, council, on this plat, we're basically having them replat that entire block, and so it runs 709 and 713, and the request is to just make the motion under 713 because that's the location where the new house is going to be built. So it's really not changing anything, but just to make it clear that that has been properly platted for that upcoming construction.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion for 713 South Ricketts.
I motion to approve the preliminary replat and final replat of 713 South Ricketts.
Okay. Billy makes that motion to approve 713 South Ricketts. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed is making that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right. Number 2, discuss, consider, and act upon the J&J contract renewal for $154,500 for 3 years with the City of Howe. The two-year contract with J&J Utilities will be expiring in August. J&J has requested a 3-year extension. Justin Johnson and Jerry Davis have been a tremendous asset for Public Works and for city staff recommends approval. Mr. Johnson is here tonight if anyone has questions. If not, I will entertain a motion from the council.
I'll motion to approve J&J contract renewal for 3 years.
Okay, Sean is going to make that motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Chad is making a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 3, discuss, consider, and act upon applying for the U.S. Bank State of Texas Card Program. The U.S. Bank card is a better card for the city, and it allows us to place monthly limitations on purchases, which we intend to cap at $2,500 per department. Only department heads will have access to a card. If approved, ComData, which is the current bank card that the city uses, it will only be used for a backup should it be needed. City staff recommends approval. Does the council wish to discuss this any further? And if not, do I have a motion?
How are the cards maintained?
I'll let either Katie or Monty answer that question for you.
In other words, how is somebody going to get a card when they need a card? Does anybody carry a card? Who's responsible for those cards when they're needed? And do they check them out, bring them back? Is it like a library book? Is it?
No, the intent is like they have right now with the ComData card. Each department head has a ComData card. Unfortunately, the system that we have, it's all one pool of $7,000 a month. So some departments use more than others, and it goes very quickly. And to be honest, they're very difficult to work with and to get information from. The reports are not, real good for Katie's coding. This gives us more opportunities, but each department head will carry a card personally. If there's an emergency and their $2,500 allotment needs to be bumped up, that has the capabilities of doing that, but we want to limit each department on a $2,500 basis per month. We think that, at least to begin with, that we think that's the best route.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the council or discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve applying for the U.S. Texas Card Program.
Okay, so Ed is going to make a motion to apply for the U.S. Bank State of Texas Card Program. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 4, discuss, consider, and act upon preliminary plat for Noble Ridge Tracks 2 and 3. Centurion America purchased Tracks 2 and 3 of the Noble Ridge development and are still currently under the development agreement originally established and amended previously. They have submitted this preliminary plat for both Tracks 2 and 3. Note that this preliminary plat is in no way final before the final plat is in front of you. Did I say that correct? It sounds. The preliminary plat is no way final before the final plat. All right. There is no zoning change required, and the engineer has no objection. Staff recommends approval. Discussion from the council, and if not, or questions, if not, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Sean makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed makes that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 5, discuss, consider, and act upon final plat for Ponderosa Point Blue Spruce Market. The final plat is for Ponderosa Point development, which consists of commercial and residential. This particular plat is for commercial use along Ponderosa Road. Application has been received and fees have been paid. City engineer has no objections. Staff recommends approval. This is also something that our engineer and our attorney both was discussing with the planning and zoning. Does anyone have any questions on the council or discussion? And if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve Ponderosa Point Blue Spruce Market Final Plat.
Okay, Sean makes that motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Chad makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Okay. Next item is 6. Discuss, consider, and act upon terminating the contract for collection of delinquent court fines and fees with I-3 Vertical. This discussion I'm about to have is for action items number 6, 7, and 8, and it will actually pertain to 16 here in a few minutes. Down further, it's an ordinance. Court Clerk Jessica McGrain is respectfully requesting we approve to move forward with contracting a new collections agency for delinquent municipal court citations that are in warrant status or otherwise eligible for collections. Our court clerk has done extensive research on which would be the best collection agency that would work alongside of our fund view so we can assure continued collection efforts and uninterrupted access to case information once the contract with ICON expires. Court Clerk Ms. McGrain recommends terminating the contract with I-3 Verticals and entering into a contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott LLP. Now, the agency is here. In case you have questions for number 7 and 8 and 16. But we have to first, before we can move forward with that, we have to first decide if you want to approve terminating the contract for collections of delinquent court fines and fees with I-3 Verticals. Any questions or comments from the council? And if not, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes.
What's the reasoning behind the termination of the current?
Mayor, council, this I-3 Verticals has an end-of-life period. So once we get past July, any citations that we have outstanding are gone. In order to transfer those old citations going back, in some cases, many years, their group is going to be able to import those so that we can keep on collecting on some of those older citations. And does that sum it up? That's basically how it is. And they can probably fill in the gaps if there's any more questions.
So they basically have better technology to do this?
Yes, they're able to keep moving forward with the software program where I-3 Verticals has an end of life.
And I think my understanding is from Jessica also we can continue to have access to these files, whereas if we don't do this, we lose access. Is that right?
We will not be able to collect on any citation, from historical data.
Okay.
With this group, we will be able to still collect on those fines from historical data.
Any other questions or comment from the council? If not, I will entertain a motion for number 6.
A motion to approve.
All right, Sean is going to make a motion to approve terminating the contract with I-3 Verticals. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 7, this one also is on the same topic. Discuss, consider, and act upon a contingent fee contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott LLP pursuant to Article 103.001 Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, said contract being for the contract of court fines and fees owed to the city, and notice of which is provided with the agenda in accordance with Section 2254.1036 of the Government Code. Anyone have questions? We do have this group here tonight. They can answer additional questions for you.
I've got a question. let me get this. At any point, do we get charged any more than what's being collected?
No, paper, rock, scissors, you gotta pick. Paper, rock, scissors.
Hello, I am Shira Thompson. I'm the Director of Client Services for Purdue Brandon. And to answer your question, the legislature mandates a 30% that's an add-on fee to the defendant. So none of our services cost the city anything. It's already built in.
That's my question.
It's charged to the person who's delinquent.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Chief was raising his hand, did you?
30 years of doing this, I've done business with this company quite well. They're good at what they do. They're thorough at what they do. It also aids us in collecting some of our warrant fees that we don't have time to chase down or make phone calls or save us money from collecting the rest and then charge back down.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, ma'am. So do I have a motion for number 7?
I make a motion that we enter into a contract with Purdue Brandon Fielder Collins and Mott LLP.
Okay, Ed is making that motion to approve entering into a contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one also.
Billy makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to throw that at you. All right, number 8, this is also on the same matter. Discuss, consider, and act upon written findings as to the collections contract with Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott, LLP. Questions from the council? And if not, do I have a motion? Could, maybe you could explain to them why they have 2 items to vote on.
From Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott. I'm the lawyer. So we have the state legislature, in all its wisdom, has required a contingency fee contract to go through all of these steps. The written findings, the disclosure notice that's also in the agenda packet, the agenda item, and basically the ordinance, yep. So basically we just have to do all of these things for the code.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
you're just putting it all out there for full disclosure.
Sure.
Since it's a contingency fee.
All right, thank you so much. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Sean makes that motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll go hat trick. I'll second.
All right, Billy's going to make that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. I'm going to skip down to number 16 because it has to do with the same item, just so we're aware where I'm at. So it's actually, I'm going to read about ordinance number 851. So the discussion for ordinance number 851 and action item number 16 is this ordinance is a continuation of the process to convert our court collections away from I-3 verticals to Purdue. This was recommended earlier in the agenda from Jessica McGrain, our court clerk. City staff recommends approval. Ordinance number 851. Ordinance providing for a fee to defray cost of collecting delinquent fines, fees, court cost, and other debts pursuant to Article 103.0031 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. We now will have a public hearing. We have to open it up for public comments. Anybody from the public wish to make a comment on this item? Since we have no comments, we will close that public hearing and move back into open session. Number 16, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 851. Does the council wish to discuss this item any further? And if not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we accept ordinance number 851.
Ed makes that motion to accept ordinance number 851. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Sean makes a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Okay. I'm kind of jumping around, but I am keeping track. So is our city secretary, because we're trying to do some things so we have people here tonight so they can leave, and also so our attorney doesn't have to be here all night. So now I'm going to go back up to number 12. Discussion for items number 13. Wait a minute here. Let me find number 12. I moved it up. Hold on. Yeah, all right. That's number 851. I have it right here. Sorry, I've got it labeled wrong. All right. Ordinance number 851, providing for a fee to, no, that's what we just did. We're at 850. This is what happens. Huh? Yes, that's why I'm scrolling back up here. Give me a second here. Sorry. Okay, here it is. Ponderosa ordinance number 850 and action item number 15. This is the discussion. Ponderosa Point has amended their planned development concept. After negotiations and considerations, the build-to-rent and townhome sections of the development have been removed and replaced with additional commercial, grocer anchor location, and a multifamily zone. Those are the only major changes to the previous planned development ordinance, ordinance number 796. We sent out letters to landowners within 200 feet and published public notice in the Herald Democrat. City engineer has no objections, and city staff recommends approval. Ordinance number 850, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending ordinance number 796, which is established Planned Development District 6, PD6, providing that the concept plan for PD6 is hereby updated and amended, providing that the overall landscape screening, trail, and amenity plan for PD6 is hereby updated and amended, providing that subdistrict PD6C is deleted, providing that penalty clause, savings, and repealing clause, severability clause, and an effective date, and providing for the publication of the caption hereof. We now have to have a public session or a public hearing for anyone in the audience who wishes to make comment on this. I open it up to anyone in the audience. Anyone? We do not have anyone, so we will close that public hearing, go back into open session. Number 15, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 850. Does the council have any questions or comments? We have our attorney and our engineer here, and the developers here. If not, I will entertain a motion.
This was also all discussed at the planning and zoning.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Yeah, this is the one where they were asking about the
Trees.
fencing, right, trees, right. Mhm.
I'll motion to approve.
I was just going to say, it does come with a recommendation. In fact, all of the planning and zoning actions that were for the council all came with recommendations from P&Z for approval.
Okay. Billy, your motion stands?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Billy makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Chad is making a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right. That was 15.
You're more than welcome to stay.
All right.
We're going to be here a while.
Yes.
If not, have a good evening.
Okay, now we are skipping to number 12. Discuss and consider an act upon accepting the fiscal year 2023-2024 audit report from Vale and Park PC. Susan of Vale and Park is here, and she will address the council and give comments on the final 2023-24 audit results.
Might be easier for James if I just invite Andy to sit next to me. So it might be easier for James if I just invite Andy to sit next to me.
All right, it's good to be here tonight. I'm Susan LaFollette. I'm a principal with Vale and Park, and we've completed your fiscal year 24 audit, and that's really good news. I did want to tell you that in your packet, you have the bound financial statements. That's your actual financial statements we're issuing, and then in that envelope or the folder, you have our letter and then the presentation that I'm going to be talking about. I'll obviously be going over this at a high level, and so if you want to follow along on this, you can, or if you want to look at the financial statements, it's just totally up to you. But I'll go ahead and start. Our agenda tonight will be to go over the objective and scope of our audit, an overview. We'll look at the audit results, financial highlights. We did have a material weakness and a few significant deficiencies, several management recommendations, and I'll give you time for questions and answers. So our objective is to complete an audit. The Texas Local Government Code requires an annual audit of the cities, and they're supposed to be prepared based on your records, which are audited. And this has always been the case, that you would have an annual financial statement, including an opinion, and it would be filed at the state within 180 days of year end. This has always been in the code, but recently, as everyone knows, there was House Bill 1851, which seemed to place consequences for not doing that and giving it. There was never a true timeline, because I've been doing late audits my whole career of cities, unfortunately. So we do now need to try to get this audit. Luckily, this is fiscal year 24, and then we're going to try to get 25 done this summer, if possible, and then do the 26 audit on time, if possible. Not sure. The scope of our audit was to conduct an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. We did document and evaluate our understanding of the design and implementation of the accounting internal controls, and that's where our findings are coming from. And we performed a risk assessment to determine the nature, extent, and timing of our procedures. And we are required to plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from material mistake. We did that. We performed tests of the city's compliance in certain provisions of laws, regulations, your contracts, and grants, including compliance with the American Rescue Plan Act and Community Development Block Grant. So I'll do an overview. This is basically kind of summarizing the letter that we have in there. The significant changes to our planned audit, there weren't any, and there were no changes to our significant risks identified, which are always improper revenue recognition or management could override the controls. When they go in and make, for instance, make an unauthorized AJE, that is an override of controls. So even though you have controls in place, they're easy to override. If you don't have a good system of internal control, which that's where our findings are coming from. There's no independence matters to report. And as I said, we will go over a few weaknesses here shortly. We did issue an unmodified audit report on the financial statements. And as of this date, there's no further communications that I need to tell you from that letter. But I do recommend reading that letter. It also contains your audit adjustments that are attached. And there's about 17 of those, so that's quite a few. But our independent audit report is unmodified, and that's a clean report, which is what everybody wants to see. So in your bound report, I'll just go over the table of contents to kind of let you know what's in there. Our audit report is on page 1 through 3. There's management discussion and analysis on page 5 through 12, which is basically a summary of what happened financially in Word format. The government-wide financial statements are on page 15 through 17. That's your full accrual, full city audited financial statements, which are a lot like a business. If you're in business, that's what those financials are more similar to. Then on page 18 through 21 is your governmental fund financial statements and your proprietary fund, which is your water fund. Those are on page 22 through 24. You do have one fiduciary fund, your Collins Fund, that's on page 25 through 26. The notes to the financial statements are on page 27 through 55, and that is all the required disclosures that we need to support your financial statements. There's required supplementary information in the back at page 59 through 65. That's your budget to actual report and all of your TMRS reports, which is your pension and OPEB plans. And then at the very back is other supplementary information on page 68. So we'll start with the government-wide financials on page 15 through 17. As of September 30, 2024, the city had a total net position of $2,755,912, which is an increase of $33,673 from 23. Now, your net position is just like your equity in business, so assets minus liabilities comes down to your net position. The primary reason for the increase this year was due to property tax increases from 23 to 24. Now, your elements of your net position include your net investment in capital assets, which is all of your assets, your buildings, everything is $1.6 million. Your restricted net position is $249,000. And your unrestricted net position of the citywide is $903,912. So let's continue to talk about the government-wide financials. The revenue increased by $12,000 or 1%, so it was pretty flat, actually. Your property taxes did increase by $87,000 or 8% from the year before. Total expenses increased by $674,948 or 34%. And your largest expense or increases are attributable to public safety and other personnel costs. So your business activities, that's your water fund, those revenues increased by $414,000 or 14%. And the charges for service, obviously, is the largest source there. And your other charges increased by $373,000 or 15%. Total expenses increased by $349,990 or 12%, with the largest increase being, of course, water sales. So let's look at your the financial highlights of your funds. And one of the main things we like to look at is liquidity. And your general fund liquidity calculation is pretty strong, with 4 months reserve at the end of the year. And the GFOA recommends 3 to 6 months, so you're right in there with your general fund. Let's talk about the water fund now. The unrestricted net position of that fund, which is your net position drilled down to unrestricted, that increased from, actually it decreased over time. It was a negative number in 23 of 78,000, and it went down to 441,771. So the water fund was struggling a little bit with that going down, and then your overall unrestricted is negative in the water fund. So that is not a good sign. The general fund is supporting the water fund at this time. So now the GFOA doesn't say that you have to have a reserve in there because it's just supposed to support itself. But so there, you don't necessarily have to have a reserve, but it would be good. And with a negative unrestricted you basically don't have a reserve at all. The material weakness that we did identify for this year is the same as last year, and it was internal controls over financial reporting. Basically, the city doesn't have internal controls and policies in place to ensure that all financial balances are properly reported in the general ledger. And as a result, there was all of those material adjusting journal entries that we had to do to see that these balances are reported properly. And these things are similar, the entries that we did are similar to things that would be detected most likely if you had strong internal controls over your closing process, for instance. You do have a consultant, and he's been able to help you some, but not completely. So I think that if the city works a little bit closer with him, and you can get the staff in place, which hopefully you do have now, that things can start to improve. But we do recommend to implement some written policies and really look at those entries. An audit, I like to see about 5 adjusting journal entries. If there's less than 10, then it's probably an okay audit, but we're up in the 17 mark, and that's a lot. That basically means that it wasn't closed properly. Also, there are 2 significant deficiencies. Those are carried over as well from prior years. The municipal court and technology funds are supposed to be in separate funds. They're not. They're within the general fund. And so, given the fact that those are restricted by law, they really should be separate. Now, in prior years, you've implemented a separate bank account, but not a separate fund. And those are 2 different things. So we're asking that you take a look at that. Also, document retention. One of the reasons that this audit took so long is nobody could find the documents that we need. We're looking at 24, obviously, but with turnover and policies that are not conducive to maintaining documents, if the documents ever were obtained, they weren't saved, or they're somewhere. Maybe, I don't know. We were too scared to go in there. But also, so those 3 things I really would like the city to try to focus on and clear those up. We do also have some recommendations. These are not findings, but they're just things that could help. That expenditures exceeded the budget by $208,000 in the general fund and $94,000 in the EDC. And that's just simply you spent more than the council authorized with the budget. And so the only way I think to get that corrected is to get caught up and to monitor it. And then if you're authorizing additional spending, you can amend the budget. But right now, the budget, there was more money spent than the budget provided for. There's also cash reconciliations are, for multiple accounts, were not done, and then there's reconciling items that are not true reconciling items in your cash accounts, and so we really need those to start getting reconciled and reviewed. Dual signatures, I think Monty mentioned that you guys might have started implementing dual signatures, but we always recommend that on a certain level, not on every check, but if it was over a certain $5,000 or some $1,000, whatever you want to do, dual signatures are always good. Another thing is with capital assets, those are, it's kind of a counting issue that we're talking about here, but we need to budget for those and place those in capital outlay accounts. And so we would recommend that. And then the EMS, you now have EMS, and nothing was booked on there for revenue when we received the trial balance. So the expenses were booked, but not the revenue. So obviously, we need to take a look at that now. But we would like to really thank Monty. He worked really hard to try to help us, and then Katie came in, and then, of course, your consultant, Katie Peacock. So does anybody have any questions? I know I went over a lot, and it wasn't all good news. But.
Council, questions? We appreciate you very much.
We have the other engagement letter now for fiscal year '25, and as I was telling Monty, we're ready to go. I have a little bit of flexibility here in July, August, and September, and then I don't. Your consultant has said that he cannot be ready until September 7th. So if he was ready now, we could go ahead and do the audit. So it's really important that everybody stays on this and makes it a priority. If we go past the September mark, I will not be able to do the audit probably until April, because we typically book for a whole year, and I have all my fiscal year '26 audits booked. And so it's just critical now during the summertime to try to get this caught up. So I would encourage everybody to do that. We now have the signed engagement letters.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Looking in the audience to see who else I need to, who might be waiting on something. We do have ordinance number 833B, action item number 18, and action number 19. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Thank you. I got ahead of myself here. That's 12. This is not a discussion item. All right. 12, discuss, consider, and act upon accepting the fiscal year 2023-24 audit report from Vale and Park, PC. Does the council wish to discuss this item any further? And if not, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve the audit from 2023, 2024.
Okay, Sean makes that motion to approve the 23-24 audit. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed makes that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Thank you for that. I see BVRT is out here in the audience in case we're waiting. That would be ordinance number 833B. Also, action item number 18 and action number 19. These items are not ready, so there will be no action on that. Am I missing anybody out here in audience?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Roxanne is here for action items 13 and 14.
Okay. Let's do those then. Thank you. 13, discussion for 13 and 14. We have been in discussions with McGuire regarding upgrades needed to well 2 near the Cassandra Street FM 902 on FM 902. They have been offered a 2-year contract. They have offered a 2-year contract with no interest to clean the inside of the elevated storage tower and the ground storage tank, as well as repaint the interior and make repairs to the wells. This is highly recommended by J&J Utilities due to the age of the structures. It also gets us on par with inspections done by TCEQ. Procurement requirements have been met and have been allocated for the 2026-27 budget. The final payment would be in the 27-28 budget. City staff recommends. So, action item number 13, discuss, consider, and act upon entering into a 2-year interest-free contract for services with McGuire Iron Incorporated for interior cleaning of the City of Howe Well 2 100 million gallon interior plus repairs. And we do have, of course, Roxanne is here. If anyone has any questions for Roxanne, and also J&J is still here. Does the council wish to discuss this or have any questions for anyone here? And if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve the 2-year contract.
Okay, Sean's going to makes a motion to approve the 2-year contract with McGuire for the cleaning of well 2. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy makes a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Item number 14, this is the same topic. Discuss, consider, and act upon entering into a 2-year interest-free contract for services with McGuire Iron Incorporated for interior cleaning of the City of Howe Well 2, ground storage interior plus repairs for the same reasons that J&J has made a recommendation to do so. Does the council wish to discuss this item or have any questions? And if not, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Sean is making that.
Second.
Okay.
Two-year contract.
Sean is making the motion to approve the second 2-year contract for Well 2 ground storage cleaning. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Oh.
That Chad makes the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right. Am I missing anybody? All right. So now we will find it. We are going to go ahead and enter into executive session, and then we come out. We will address the other items. The City Council will convene into closed session pursuant to the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The City Council will convene into executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. City Administrator, Chief of Police, City Secretary, internal communication process, and procedures. Council will now go into executive session, and the time is 7:34 p.m.
horrible taste in music. I just want y'all to know that. Y'all have horrible taste in music.
Are we back on?
Mine is.
Yeah,
Mine
mic's
is.
on.
Are we live, though? Yes. All right. The council will now end executive session and return to open session, and the time is 10:36 p.m. Action items from executive session: discuss, consider, and act upon any items from executive session. No action is taken. Going back to give me a minute. Action item number 9, no action taken. Action number 10, no action taken. Action item number 11, no action taken. Ordinance number 850, well, we already did 851.
853.
Hold on a second. We did 16 already?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ordinance number 852 and action item number 17, no action taken. Ordinance number 853, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, temporarily reducing the maximum rate of speed on certain portions of the U.S. Highway 75 in the corporate limits of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, during construction, providing for a penalty clause with a maximum fine of $2,000, providing for severability, providing for repealer, finding and determining that the meeting at which this resolution is passed was noticed and is open to the public as requested by law. I have to have a hearing, public hearing. No one is here, so public hearing is closed. Back to open session. Action number 20, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 853. Does the council wish to discuss, or do you have a motion?
I motion to approve ordinance number 853.
Billy makes that motion to approve ordinance number 853. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed makes a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Let's see here. Budget workshop, we will not have one this evening, so no, there is no action anyway, but we will not be having that. We will reschedule that. If there is no further business to come before this council, this meeting stands adjourned at 10:39 p.m.
Sean, your chair's rolling away.